Yes, good morning, everyone. So now one of the things that I noticed that nowadays when people practice, they practice too hard, trying too hard, and they try to make things happen. Especially someone you read a lot, and it sounds wonderful. I want one of those. I want one of those. You can't have it. You can't have those. Actually, enlightenment itself is a natural process. It's cause and effect. You have put in the causes. Then it will happen by itself. You can't make it happen. The causes is not there. The most basic Buddhist teaching, things happen according to multiple causes and condition. The condition have to be there. Causes that or multiple causes and conditions, then things happen. Then you cannot just, this is only our wishful thinking, I want to get enlightened. I want to experience this. I want to have this, experience jhana. I want to experience this. It's not only you want. It's just a wishful, thinking or wishful. You just want it. You can't want this thing just because you think that it sounds nice. And I know people think that as one of the things that I noticed that many people think that Nibbana is a place. They think that, I want to attain Nibbana. Everybody, I want to attain Nibbana. I don't want to come back again. Are you sure you don't want to come back? It's quite scary not to come back. I remember someone's come to me, one lady. She had the experience of like losing her body, like her body disappeared. She was so terrified. She told me that I don't want to attain Nibbana. I still want to come back. I still want to have children. I don't want to attain Nibbana. So I said, no, because when you tell people Nibbana, if you tell people it means Nibbana, that means extinguish, everything stop. It's just like the flame, like the flame goes. Where is it? Nothing, disappear. So are you really ready? Because some people think that, because sometimes people say to attain the supreme bliss of Nibbana. So you think that you go to the place that is always very blissful all the time. So I want to attain that. But if you know that, you are not coming back, you just disappear. No more, nothing left. I think it'll be quite scary. Are you ready for that, Sometimes we think that Nibbana is a place. Nibbana is not a place, There's you no longer, you're not coming. If no more karma, everything cease, no more coming back. Are you ready for that? To some people, it's quite scary thing, isn't it? You're not really ready for that. It's a natural process. You have to put in the causes. You don't even have to wish for it. It will happen. So this, for example, like the Buddhists always refer to, the whole path of practice is the Noble Four Path. That is a morality, samadhi, that is cultivation of your mind, and wisdom. And this is the whole path. Because the wisdom itself to help us to free ourselves, to free of all our defilements, the defilements that bring the cause of suffering. So when the morality, that's why morality is important. Sometimes people say, I can't meditate. Sometimes they say it's important. The meditation is only one factor. Then how you live your life is also important. Your attitude, how you live your life is important. If you are someone is not virtuous, it's very difficult to have a peaceful mind. Because it's always it disturbs you. Because deep down we know what we have done, isn't it? Sometimes we have done something that we don't feel good. And we carry the guilt, and then we think about it and we don't feel good. Sometimes it's a very simple thing. If you have an argument with someone and then after that you try to go and meditate, it's very difficult, isn't it? Your mind will go on and on and on. And morality, so when you are a virtuous person, it's naturally, you have non-remorse. It comes naturally. You don't have to say, may I have no non-remorse. No. If you are a virtuous person, if you're keeping precepts, you'll be a good person living a good life. It's naturally, you have non-remorse. You don't even have to wish for it. It will happen by itself. Things happen by itself because the cause, you put in the causes there, the condition is there, and that's happened. So it's naturally non-remorse. When you have non-remorse, you feel good about it, isn't it? You have the gladness. You have the gladness. So when you have the gladness, you have joy. Then when you have joy, and naturally you have the tranquility of the body and mind. So it's like, there is a cause and effect. It's happened. You have this, you have this, and you have that, you follow it. It's a cause and effect. It's happened by itself. You just have to put in the causes and things will happen. You don't have to make it happen. There's a Ajahn used to say, you sit there and wait for the mango drop on your lap. Sometimes we try too hard. We try to control. We try to control. I remember early days, when some days that meditation very good. I really enjoy my meditation. And then next day, I can't wait to finish my work, rush back to my kuti and try to, how did I get there yesterday? I'm going to try to make it happen again. Then I can tell you, my mind is all over the place. Sometimes you can't wait because you rush. You think that, yesterday I have nice meditation. Today I quickly finish my job. Actually, that your mentality, because you come from the craving and I try to rush and try to finish my job, and that's also don't come from the right attitude. My mentality with that craving, that one thing this to happen, that with the expectation, when you crave, your mind moves. You're not peaceful. It's very difficult to be peaceful. And then because of the one thing you want it so much, and then you try to make it happen. No, it's happened naturally by itself. It's a natural process. Happen, naturally, little by little. It will not happen overnight. And then there is a sequence happen naturally. Then when the body and mind become, you have the tranquility of the body and mind, you naturally feel happy, isn't it? You're happy. When you're happy, your mind becomes settled. Still, you don't want to go anywhere. When you're sitting here, you're happy. You will not think that, I wish I will have Kentucky, because someone bring me Kentucky, okay? So on. You won't, isn't it? You're really contented. You just want to stay. Then when your mind becomes completely still, then you have the clarity of your mind. You have the clarity, and that is where your wisdom. That's a wisdom born of stillness. When your mind becomes still, and it's happened by itself. And you don't have to try to make it. I can tell you, the harder you try, the worse you make it worse. Like I try to finish my job and go back quickly. I can't wait, to sit on my cushion. I'm going to meditate. Yesterday really nice meditation. I want to do it again, but I can tell you, completely. The mind really even worse than like normally. I can easily just see it, and become peaceful. But this time, because I come with that expectation, that craving, worse than ever before. And most of the time, I can easily go back, see, and very easily relax, become peaceful easily. But this time, because of yesterday, the experience and duty, and then today I have this expectation. But the moment I sit down, it's so difficult. My mind is just so like all over the place. It's very difficult to compared to most of the time, I'm okay, very easily settled, very easily to meditate, but that is really worse than ever. Then I realized that actually you can't make it happen. It just happened by itself. And the process sometimes is very slow, little by little, It's just like a body, you don't grow old overnight, isn't it? You grow old gradually. So the Buddha also emphasized, actually it's a gradual training. It's a gradually, little by little. You don't grow old overnight. And, especially you look at the abbots, when they're young, that time they're all skinny. Now when they grow old, they're all fat, Like myself also getting fat, When I was a younger nun, I was skinny, I was so skinny. I was very skinny. As you grow, as now in this position, and sometimes they don't allow you to do physical work, But once you started to do something, I'm going to do it, People will come and say, I'm going to do it. So then now the only place I exercise is my mouth. I only exercise my mouth, talking. And I can't exercise. My body can no exercise. So I don't grow fat overnight, isn't it? I don't know when did I started to get fat. I don't know, because it just happened by itself, Like slowly, because of the causes is there, the causes and the condition is there. It's happened. So I remember last time I was so skinny, and then one day I was locked out. We have the old nuns' cottage, and I can't get in because all my stuff is in there. I can't go back to my kuti because my stuff is all in the nun's cottage. Then how to get in? And then I walk around, and then I saw the bath. I saw the toilet windows. The toilet windows is very small. But that time I was very skinny. I be able to climb up there and squeeze into the small windows, get in. And then just recently, not long ago, I've been locked out from my kuti. Then I look around, I look at my bathroom. I said, can I get through that? Then I was thinking, better not. Because I was thinking, if I'm going to get through that, if I get stuck, what happened? Because now no longer like before, isn't it? I get stuck. And then they have to call SES, the state emergency service. And then they have to cut through. Then next day, the newspaper was like, what this Buddhist nun doing? Stuck in the window. I said, better not to do it. Things change. Like sometimes the change is so gradual. You don't notice it. You don't see it. The same thing. We don't see that we have progress. Because it's happened little by little. The Buddha said it's a gradual training. You cannot just make it happen. And then you have to put in the causes. And it will happen by itself. And the causes and conditions has to be there. Things then only will happen. It's not only by one thing doesn't mean that you try to sit harder, then you will get enlightened faster. I can tell you even worse. Some people think that, maybe I'm not peaceful, I don't sit long enough. So they force themselves to sit for hours so that they can become more peaceful. But it's opposite, I can tell you. I remember my friend told me that she went for a retreat, and then she was admiring one guy sitting there, really perfect posture, and sitting there for 3 hours. She said, wow, how come he sit for so long? She was really admiring. Then after that, when this guy get up, the guy keep beating mosquito. That means he's so angry and so agitated, Then sometimes you think that the person is so peaceful, but the person is just forcing themselves. You cannot, because when you force yourself, when you're using too much willpower, you trigger your underlying tendency of ill will because you're using force. That is the natural. This is the cause and effect. Because of using willpower, you push it, then it's always trigger your underlying tendency of ill will. The ill will come. And then anger, trigger off your anger, you become so agitated, irritated. And then the more you try to force yourself to see it, it's getting worse and worse. And you're not even closer to Nibbana. Actually, you're even further. And then you're moving away from the path. Because if we can use willpower to get enlightened, so those who have the most willpower will get enlightened first, isn't it? No, you can't, But this is how. Because we've been conditioned that way, We think that we try hard enough, working hard enough, then that will happen. No. The only way your mind can become more and more peaceful is come from letting go of the sense of self, letting go of the controlling. The stronger sense of self, the more controlling you are. So you try to control everything. You see, some people when you have big egos, strong sense of self, you're very controlling. You not only control yourself, you control others. And then you try to impose ideas on others. When you have a very strong, your sense of self is strong, and actually, the happiness come from letting go. When you let go, isn't it? Sometimes things that bother you when you hold on for a long time. How do you feel? Getting heavier and heavier, isn't it? And one day, when you have enough suffering, when you let go, you feel free, isn't it? You feel so nice, They said sometimes, I remember sometimes ago someone asked me one question. She said, oh, I know that this caused me so much suffering, but I find it very difficult. I can't let it go. And I have so much suffering, but I can't let it go. And I told this person, because you don't suffer enough, that's why you can't let go. Because sometimes when you suffer enough, you let go, isn't it? You don't suffer enough, you can't let go. You still wanting. And sometimes also come from how you understand life and also your attitude towards life, Actually, life is so simple. You either get better or you get bitter. Things don't always go your way, isn't it? That is normal. You either get better or you get bitter. So when life gets, when life is go well, sweet, we say thank you and celebrate. When life's really, getting difficult, we still say thank you. When life is bitter, you still say thank you and we grow. Sometimes we learn a lot when we're going through difficulties, isn't it? And we started to see ourselves. And then sometimes when things go our way, it's not necessary it's a good thing, because sometimes that we reinforce our defilements because things go our way, and then we reinforce our defilements without knowing that actually our defilements grow. But because when that sometimes things don't go our way, they really stop us, then we be able to see much more. Oh yes, you be able to see that. Like yesterday when I said that, I was thinking my meditation going so well, and then until someone come in with the shoes and with the shoe sprint, that I almost want to kill that person, And this is how, and then you don't see, you think that you have no anger, you're so peaceful. Then actually we tend to overestimate ourselves. We don't see it. But then after that, I'm really so grateful for that person. The person that that make me upset. At least I know that I'm not there yet. I'm not close, not even close. Sometimes when you're so peaceful, so happy, you think that you almost enlightened, but actually not really there yet, But at least you learn about yourself, And sometimes I find that you learn more, isn't it, when you're going through difficulties, Of course, that is part of life. If you understand this is part of life, you always have problem. That's why sometimes people ask me, how come you deal with that? Everything happened in the monastery, everything is go to Ajahn. Ajahn have to solve it. Ajahn have to solve everything. Everything, I'm the one who get it. So everybody, don't care. Ask Ajahn. Oh, everybody run away. Ask Ajahn. So I have to solve everything. Then people say, how come you deal with this thing? I said, I just, to me, it's like, okay, there's a problem. Okay, I try to solve it. You can't solve it, also leave it alone. That is all that. Because I don't take it I don't take it personally. I don't think that, if I can't solve it, then I'm not a good abbot. I'm not, I don't take on that with me. I just, okay, I know that I'm doing my best. So that's why I used to tell the nuns, I'm doing my best. So don't expect me to do better than best. I already try my best, but if you're not happy with me, fine, work me out. And okay, I don't want you to change another app. But I said, I'm happy with that too. So I'm free of all this duty, Everything will go to me. They said sometimes then they said, how come? I said, they said your attitude, your right attitude, how you look at things, how you deal with the situation. Because I expected always things go wrong is normal. When things not go my way, and having problem is normal. What do you expect? If things go my way, it's bonus. So the problem is most people thinking that having problem is the biggest problems. And actually, what do you expect? Life is not always smooth, it's not ups and downs. And life is just like a book. Some chapter is sad, some chapter, happy, exciting. But you never know the next page if you don't turn the next page. Then sometimes we move on with life, but sometimes we keep holding on, couldn't let things go. And then it causes, because no matter how, how you regret what have been happening to you, and or whether you like it or not, it's already happened. So there's no matter how much, you regret, it's not going to change your past. It's already past. So we move on. And that's why the attitude is important. To me, and also it's good to train your mind to focus. There's so many happy things that we can focus on. But sometimes when you develop the habit of focusing things that is negative, unhappy, then actually you will incline that way. Like the Buddha said, you will incline. You make it a very strong inclination. That's why the Buddha said when you do something good, the Buddha said you have to keep doing it again and again to make it a very strong inclination. That's why to me, I train myself I think it's partly from my previous life. Even when I was very young, very naturally that I don't focus on things that make me unhappy. So I said, why I want to focus things that make me unhappy? I just focus things that make me happy. There's so many things that make me happy. Because when you focus on that, your mind will incline that way. Then you always find faults. You always look at what's going wrong. But then if you train your mind to focus, to trying to look for something good, and you train your mind that way, so always find something good about others, always see the best in others. Actually, that makes you happy. Imagine you keep thinking about how terrible the person is. Are you very happy? Not happy, isn't it? You got very upset. But actually, basically, it's none of your business, isn't it? What other people do, how their behavior, whether they're skillful or unskillful. But sometimes how we get involved and carry other people's business with us, and then we got upset, we got angry. Basically, it's nothing to do with us. They said to me, it's okay, nothing to do with me. I do my best, so I leave it alone. So just whatever is the result, then you just learn to accept that. But doesn't mean that letting go doesn't mean that you don't do anything. It's not that you attach to letting go. Oh, let go. I don't care. No, you can do. I can do something about it. I do my very best. I give it all I have. I give it all I got, 100%. Do my best to do it. Then I know that I really doing my best. Then I let it be, and I just allow things unfold. Whatever results, I just accept. Whatever results, whatever decision I make. So, because sometimes there's no, good or bad decision. Sometimes you can only pick, you can only do your best. And sometimes even what you decide, the decision that you make is only one part of the whole thing. But you still have to rely on other causes and conditions. For example, if you make a decision, I want to grow a mango tree. So even though you get the right species, you get everything goes right, that's part, you make the decision, you do that, you do all the right thing. And then it's one day the storm come, flood come, heavy rain, it's gone. That one is beyond my control. So we understand that we can control to a certain extent. We have to understand that we cannot control. So that's why sometimes, the more I practice, the more I live this monastic life, the more I practice, and I realize that I cannot control. That's why people ask me, how you train your nun? I said, I never train them. They come to train themselves. They come and train themselves, but I just give them support. I give them encouragement, like to support them, to give them encouragement, to really care for them, and I do my best. And my main responsibility is to try to keep people in ropes, and then to encourage them, to keep them going, that's all. But what is the result, whether they still continue to be in ropes or they're going to destroy, or, that I cannot control. I can only do my best. Because if not, you'll be very stressful if you carry that with you. Now, I have to make sure that everybody good, everybody stay in row. Then you'll be very stressful. That's why the attitude is important. And also your understanding of life, your understanding, if you don't have the understanding of life, you create so much suffering for yourself unnecessarily. To me, it's okay, you know. That's why sometimes I used to tell the nuns, you know, don't try so hard. Don't try to be a good nun, or don't try to be the best nun. I said, we don't have yearly award, you know, for best nuns, you know. So it's no. I said, being a nun is good. You know, being a nun is good, so it's good enough, you know. Don't try to, sometimes, actually, when you try too hard, you know, you want to be the modern nuns, actually quite stressful, because when you're trying too hard, it's not you, you know. Then because you try to put on the show, imagine you live your life like putting on a show. It's tiring, isn't it? It's very tiring. So I say, you know, you just be yourself. It's okay, you know. That's why I don't have much expectation. Like, for example, like people just come from lay life to a monastic life. Of course, you carry some of those habitual pattern from lay life. It's not natural. What do you expect? People don't change overnight. Actually, it doesn't bother me. I don't expect that. So because I can see some of the nuns, they really grow. When I see them coming from Anagarikas until a few years, I see them change. But it's very slow. But they themselves don't see it. But I can see the change. And it takes time to change. So they say, be patient and not to try to make things happen. You know, the more you understand life, the happier you are, then actually you tend to let go a lot, you know. I don't care, because I said I can't carry things with me. I said I will be crazy. I'll be one day, next morning can't find me because I ran away. Because I carry that with me, you know, because I don't, you know. Like, for example, when I'm here, I don't even think of Dhammasara. I leave behind. I don't carry the whole monastery with me. So when I go to Santi also, I don't carry the Dhammasara with me. Then I go back to Dhammasara, I don't carry, you know, whatever happened there. Because this is how you learn to let go. Because if I don't learn to, actually part of I find it it's also helped me when I'm in this position. Actually, it's helped me to let go easier, because I can see that if I don't let go, you know, I suffer. So they say sometimes I let people be. I do my best. I tell people, okay, you don't do it, but you want to do it, okay, go ahead and do it. This is what I said. I remember last time there was a Meiji, she come and stay. That time I was still a junior nun. And then because sometimes some of the items actually is seasonal. For example, during winter, we don't drink that much juice. So then we have lots of juice, but they still have the long expiry date. And she said, oh, I want to give it away. I said, no, you have to keep. I said, summer come, you use up a lot very quick. And especially now, you know, they have long expiry date. So it still is not expired, you know, by the time, you know, summer come, you keep it. They said, oh, we have so much, why we want to give it away? And very argumentative. I think I get back my karma because I was very argumentative when I was young. And then she's very argumentative to a point that keep arguing with me. I said, okay, so you think that you're right? Okay, do it. I said, do it. So I let her give away. Then after that, summer come, and then no juice, because sometimes even lay people, visitors, they come for dana, also we put out because it's hot. And then sometimes they feel hot, they need juice. And sometimes the nuns also, the residents also, they drink juice because when the weather is hot, you know. No juice. Not enough. Then we ended up have to ask that, you know, like sometimes lay people ask us. Normally we are not allowed to ask, but if the lay people ask, what may I offer? Can I offer you anything for the monastery? And the monastery need anything? So I said, okay, we ask her juice. She feels terrible. She feels so bad because of we have it, we give away, and we ask, and she feel bad. She was so guilty about it. And then I said, sometimes it's better off to let the person make mistake and experience it. Because, you know, you can't tell the person. If you keep telling them that, then now I realize how is it like when my father said that to me. Now I experience that, sometimes, some people, you cannot tell them, then sometimes you have to let them learn the lesson. So that's why sometimes I do my best, I try, then sometimes I let go. Okay, try, go ahead and do it, and then you bear the consequences of your own deeds. I'm not the one who bear the consequences of your action. Then sometimes the person have to learn a lesson, learn they have to learn it, they have to go through the process. Sometimes you cannot bypass, you have to learn. You have to go through the process and you learn. It's, for example, if you keep telling the person, don't hit the wall, it's really painful. People won't listen. Then you have to let them hit the wall a few more times. Then they know it's painful. Then we'll stop. Actually, that is the only way. So sometimes people will, oh, this is wrong, I should tell the person. Sometimes you can't. Even you try to tell the person, people don't listen, isn't it? They say sometimes people ask me, how I'm going to deal with my children. And I say, sometimes you just have to let go. It doesn't mean that you don't care. You do your best. You try to help them, try to point them, the way. But they are individual beings. They also have to bear the consequences of their own action. But we're always there for them. So I make sure that I'm always there for you, no matter what you have done. I'm always there for you. But then I cannot control. Because I can't live their life. They are the one have to live their life. You have to understand that. I can't live for my children. I can't live for my son. And then he have to live his life. That's why I never involve. I never give him any advice. Unless he asks me. I don't say anything. What he's going to do with his children? Whether he's because his children is homeschool. Whether he want to send me to school or homeschool, their decision, because their responsibility is not my responsibility. It's nothing to do with me, but it doesn't mean that I don't care. I'm always there. Whenever I'm always there for them. Sometimes doesn't mean that you don't care, but you learn when to let go. Because sometimes it's not helpful at all, and then it's ended up both parties get upset, isn't it? But at least you stay cool, when the other person in difficulties, you can help, I remember some years ago, there was a lady, she came, she looked so worried and so sad. And then she asked me to recommend some of the Dharma book for her. She wanted to let her son to read all this Dharma book because her son committed suicide. And then she wants to give her some Dharma books to read. Then I told her, this is not the time to read Dharma books. He can't read Dharma books. I said, that is not the time. I said, if you truly, want to help your son and support your son, first of all, you yourself, you look after yourself to make yourself as peaceful as you can. That you can offer to him. I said, you go there, because when you look so worried, actually you make him feel guilty. You make him feel bad. But if you go there, you sit there with him, with your peace and calm, with your love, that you can offer. You offer your love, you offer your care and your peace. That is important. And no, they can't read, and they can't read anything when your mind, when you're in this condition, you can't. It's not the time to read Dharma books, So I said, no. If you want to help him, you help yourself first to make yourself as peaceful as you can. Just calm and be peaceful and just be there for him. And the thing that you can offer to your son is your peace, your calm, your kindness, your care. That's what he needs. And that's why sometimes the last thing people should do, like even someone make mistake, the last thing that someone should do is to discipline the person. No, actually, when someone make a mistake, actually they need encouragement, they need support, And we don't judge others, and then we try to understand why they feel that way, rather than we think that they should feel a certain way, or they should be this way or that way. But we try to understand why the person doing it, why the person feel that way. So we try to understand the person problem, where's the person coming from, or rather than we think that they should behave that way, they should feel this way. No, because we are not them, isn't it? Then we try to understand the whole situation, to try to give support and encouragement. It's not to keep telling them, you don't do this, you don't do that. I remember there was a guy told me that, oh, how can I let my children listen to me? They never listen to me, and I tell them that they don't listen to me. I say, very familiar, I don't listen to my parents when I was young, Then I said, okay, I said, you have to investigate the reason why they don't listen to you. Maybe the way you speak to your children, there's a problem. That's why they don't listen to you. You have to look back, why. They must have a reason why they don't listen to you. So that's why I said, maybe you have to change. Sometimes I try to point out that mistake, and then they don't listen to me, because if they're doing something wrong, I have to let them know. Then I said, well, yes, it doesn't mean that you don't correct them, you don't point out the mistake. I said, it's fine, you can do it, but you have to do it in a skillful way. It's not like because sometimes they feel judged, not in a way that you judging them, you are wrong, you shouldn't do this, and actually sometimes counterproductive, you make the person feel bad, and then I said, maybe you have to change your way, maybe, rather than you try to point out the person mistake, when your children when he's doing the right thing, then you praise him, it's very nice, oh, you do this, then actually it's more encouraging, that they feel happy, that they will repeat, they will do it. It's much easier that way than to try to, point out the person mistake. Because sometimes when you imagine if someone keep reminding the mistake you have made, how do you feel? Actually, sometimes can damage the person's self-confidence, they just feel like they're no good. If people keep repeating and telling you that, it's, how terrible it is and what you have done, the mistake, repeat again and again, actually really will damage the person, the self-confidence, and eventually they're having this very low self-esteem. They don't always feel that they are good enough. So I said, why don't you change the way, rather than try to point out that mistake. So always, when they do something that is good, you praise and, oh yeah, you're well done, very good, I did that. I tell them, this is the right way you do. I'm missing the point, Because I said, you have to, when they're doing something that is right, you just say, oh, very good. Then you say, yes, I did that. I tell them, this is the way you should do. So again, with that authority, and that is not, like the Buddha said, it's not right speech, because it's not pleasing to the ears, isn't it? Because right speech, you have to, right time, right place, and then it has to be true, and have to not come from ill will, come from kindness and compassion, and they have to be beneficial, and they have to be pleasing to the ears. So what's that you said is not like, that you should do this, you should do that, come in with the authority, you authorize that person. People don't feel good about that, isn't it? But if you change your voice, your tune, your tone is important, like in a soft, nice, and pleasing to the ears. People will listen to you much more than you try to do this, do that, And I want to listen to you. Sometimes people get even upset, That's it. Again, this is how that we always have to see that how our attitude towards life. Because if we don't have the right attitude, we suffer a lot. That's why there's three kinds of people that they will feel everything in life. First one is they always complain all the time. The complaining is come from the fault-finding mind. You always think that it's no good. You keep complaining because of fault-finding mind. And then the second one, you're blaming others for your problems. You think that your problem is because others, because of you, I having this suffering because of you, you're unable to see that actually it's not from others, it's come from you, because others, actually we are the one who, in charge of our own happiness. Other people can't. We are not allowing other people to in charge our own happiness. So now we have to look at it. What causes the problem? We have to investigate, be able to see that, not blaming others, as if that we are not responsible for that. And then, because sometimes people do want to take responsibility. I remember some years ago, we have our one supporter. She used to come that time before she married, and she was a social worker. And she told me that sometimes it's so difficult. Like some family, they have this family crisis, and especially sometimes the husband is an alcoholic, and that of course they have this problem, family problems. And then it said they don't want to take responsibility. And then she was told that you are the social workers. You come here to solve my problem. If you can't solve my problem, that is your problem. She said that she cannot believe people have that kind of mentality. And then actually they don't see that why leading to this? Why you have this problem? Because of because he's alcoholic, addicted to alcohol, and causes this problem. But he thinks that he has no problem because he thinks that you are the social worker. You come here to solve my problem. If you can't solve my problem, that is your problem. And then he's have no problem at all. If someone have this kind of mentality, you will never change, isn't it? Because you don't think that there's anything wrong. You keep doing that again and again. You don't see that there is, something that's wrong. And also sometimes it's difficult if people don't see that. And I know some people that when they repeat the mistake again and again, and then it's no longer a mistake. It's a choice, isn't it? You choose to do that. It's a choice, So if someone is a sincere apologist, you will make an effort to change. I'm not going to do it again, I know some people very easy. They say, oh, I'm sorry, oh, I don't do it anymore. And then they do it again. And then they do it again. They do it again. And then it's not going to change your life, because you repeat the same action, you will have the same result. You will not have a different result. You can have the wishful thinking to have a different result, but that's not going to happen. So that's why, sometimes it's important, the attitude in life. We understand life. We understand this. Everything, is happened according to multiple causes and conditions. That has a cause and effect. That's why we have to investigate why we experience this problem. So we have to go back to the root, we have to go back to the cause. They say sometimes you want to have a good meditation, you have to put in the causes, You want to have a good life, also you have to go back to look at the causes. Why you suffer so much, That's why sometimes people ask me, oh, it seems like you're I don't carry things with me, I go back, everything and leave behind, I think this is the kind of, it takes a bit of, I think it's also partly come from our previous life. Even when I was young, I was like that, And I don't carry, for example, even I get angry, I don't get angry long, even when I was young, Sometimes I have to remind myself, I should get angry. If the person come and talk to me, I don't talk to that person. Most of the time I forget. And I forget. And then after that, I should get angry because the person just not upset me, Then very quick, after that I turn around, and if the person start to talk to me, I forgot everything, I don't carry with me, and those who live with me, they know that it's very, like the Buddha said, there are three kinds of, the people that with anger, So the first one, the writing on the water, just glow, and then the second one on the sand, the third one carved on the rocks, they hold on for that. Actually, lots of suffering. There's sometimes that your mentality, your attitude towards life, and also your understanding of life, that's come from your clarity. You'll be able to see you'll be able to investigate what causes you suffering, and what causes you, why your mind cannot be peaceful. It will not happen out of nowhere. There's always a reason. There's a cause is there. When the causes and condition is there, things happen. That's why you always go back to the root, go back to the cause, And this is how your mentality is important with your life, your right attitude. And the third one is never be grateful, And even some people being nice to you, we always think that this is their obligation. They should be kind to me, They should respect me. They should, No, people don't have to. Why people have to respect you? Why people want to be nice to you? It's not they have no obligation, but we always appreciate even simple little things that people have done for us. And then if you don't have that gratitude, it's also very difficult. And then very difficult to be happy, to be content, you constantly not good enough. And then even you in the best situation, you think that it's still not good enough. So if these three types, you have these three types of people, always complain, blaming others for their own problems, and never have no gratitude at all. And this kind of person, you feel everything's in life because you will not be successful. Because everything, because of the attitude is not the right attitude, That's why it's important, not even towards life, how we live our life also affect our meditation, because the same attitude towards meditation. When you meditate, you will carry the same attitude. Your attitude towards life, how you deal with your life, how you live your life. It's not. Some people think that meditation is not only just sitting on the cushions, That in your daily life, are you kind? Are you compassionate? Are you someone very caring? That is contribute towards your peace of mind. You cannot become peaceful. That is part of that. If you're someone very helpful, kind, gentle, and very naturally, and then you have less ill will, you don't have that, easily get upset. And then when you meditate, it's easier to meditate because this is how you live your life, your attitude towards life, that you carry forward onto your cushion, because you will have the same mentality towards your how you meditate. They say sometimes it's also you have to always check and investigate and go back to the cause, to the root. Why, whatever you're experiencing, what you're experiencing this moment, what we are now is what we have been. So what we will be is what we are now. So when we say, okay, we change this moment. So that's our future lies in this moment. This moment we change. So that's it. Then we change because we put in a different causes. Then the result will be different. But if we keep repeating, like the Buddhas give the simile, you go round and round, like the bucket you throw into the well, and it's hit the wall and go round, and ups and down. So now ups and down, go round and round. This is how you live your life. And then you go, if you believe in rebirth, then you move from one life to another, do the same thing again and again and again and again. No ending. So I offer this one as my reflection. May this teaching be of benefit to all of you. Any questions or comments? Any questions or comments? No? Okay. All happy customers? So, nowadays, and you have the review, how many stars, So how many stars you give me? 5 stars. Review. Even my grandson also know how to look at the reviews, He want to get a headphone. That time I think he's about 8 years old, 9 years old. So he know how to search, and then he showed the father, I want to get this headphone because they have this review. He also know how to read all the reviews,
Ajahn, can I ask a question?
Yes. I hope I can answer.
How can we help the nuns better?
Oh yes, you can send some monks over to Dhammasara to help us with the rigging. Yeah.
When would you like us to come?
Huh?
When would you like us to come?
Because we are doing the burn tomorrow. So sometimes we need help because physically, the nuns, sometimes they are physically not so strong. So yeah.
Ajahn Brahm will be back tonight. I'll ask him at 6 o'clock.
Okay. Okay. So you bring and then come and help with breaking. I'm not sure. You look at Simon sitting over there. He said, I'm not sure.
Wiser than I am.
Yes.
Is having children a want or a need? Because it plays into our ego.
Sometimes, of course, we still have, as long as you're not enlightened, the one thing is there, You only have no wanting, no desires when you're fully enlightened or you are in the third stage of enlightenment. So it's always the one thing is there. We want to have our own children. Sometimes it's very subtle, And it's not that it's good or bad, If we don't have that craving, we are not here. So we want to crave to be. So we come back here. But if we have no craving, we are not here. So I remember one nun told me that she kept telling her sister, after her sister married, make sure you don't have children. You have children, you suffer, And then she made her sister so guilty, when her sister got pregnant. Don't dare to tell her. Then I told her, I said, not necessary. I said, sometimes some beings need to be born. I said, your sister, because then her nephew being, very young age, take to the monastery, seeing the monks, And I said, then it's good karma. You see, your good family, and then your family, devout Buddhists, you take them to the monastery, and some beings need that condition, need to be born. So I said, you have to look at it that way. Not everybody ready, it's okay. And sometimes it's also part of the practice, your love, your care, to your children. That's why I remember I told one young Meiji, she came, and then she told me that sometimes she feel very agitated and irritated all the time. And I told her, I said, when I was young also, I was like that. Like sometimes I feel a bit annoyed and agitated, irritated. Then I said, and then when I got married, and then when I have my son, then I started to my heart soften. You learn how to love. You learn how to give. As a mother, you give, you love. And then I said, it softened a lot. Then she asked me, that means I have to get married. She said, I said, no, you don't have to. I told her, no, I just give an example. They said sometimes it's not good or bad, Sometimes you can look in a positive way that you learn, That's why I keep telling people, that is no one born as a parent. It's not that once you become a parent, you know how to become a parent. I said, I don't know how to become a parent. Actually, you make mistakes. It's okay. So as you go along, you learn and you make mistakes. So that's why always forgive your parents, because they also, who knows, it's not automatic, automatically. Once you become a parent, you know how to become a parent. No one is born as a parent, isn't it? I said, you learn as you go along and you make mistakes, it's fine. I said, that's why always forgive your parents, whatever your parents have done. Because once you become parents, I remember my mom used to say to me, when you have your own children, then you know how is it like. If not, you will never appreciate, you don't understand. Only when you come to that stage, you understand that, That's why always forgive them, because, we are not born, We are still learning. Life is like a learning process. You're learning all the time. It's a process, Like, for example, become a parent. I learned to become a parent, and I come to monastic life. I learned to become a nun, and after when I take on the job to become the abbot, I learned to become an abbot. It's all learning all the time. When I look back, my whole life is learning. It's a learning process. You learn, always you learn new things. It's okay that we don't know. We don't always know everything. So sometimes, it's good, to always forgive your parents. Because everybody is doing, this is what they think is best. Whatever they decide, they do, they think that is best for you. But, sometimes we just don't know better. That's why when I tell you, when I look back in my life, I never regret for whatever I have done in my past, because I accepted that I look back that time, my level, my wisdom is there. I don't know better. Because I don't know better, that is the only way, that is the only decision I can make. That's why like people used to say, why you want to choose the hardest way? But why people assume that I have two ways? Like, how people assume that people say, why you want to choose the hard way? Then I said, then why you assume that I have two ways? Sometimes that's the only thing you know, isn't it? That's why sometimes always I have to come from the understanding why people doing it rather than judging others. Because when you judge others, also you judge yourself. Then actually, then the less judgmental you are, the happier you are. You just, because you're letting go, and then you don't judge, and then you always come from, because compassion is come from the place that you understand the other person, even the other person suffering. You understand the suffering. Then you will not judge the person, and then you be always kind to the other person. Actually, when you have the kindness and compassion, you're much happier. You look at when children, where they have been, it's come from the purity as a mind, you're getting purer and purer, and you're naturally kind. It's just naturally you become kinder and kinder, and you're more compassionate. It's natural. You look at children are normally, kind and compassionate, isn't it? And children, then as they grown up and they have more defilements, they're no longer that. It's natural. The same thing now we practice. We go back, we purify our mind. Then we have less defilements. We have less, hate, greed, hatred, and delusion. You're getting less. Then it's natural. It's natural process. You don't have to wish for that. May I be a compassionate person? No, you just put in the causes. You purify your mind, you practice. Like the Buddha said, the Noble Four Path. You put in the effort, and you practice, and then it happens by itself. You put in the causes, and things will happen by itself. So any more questions? Yes, okay. Two.
How do you balance compassion for others with self-compassion in terms of stopping people who might be doing harm to you, in terms of physical as well as emotional or psychological?
Sometimes yes, we can only sometimes do our best. That the part of mindfulness also that we avoid. We know that sometimes that going to harm us. Then we try to to avoid that. And sometimes also sometimes it's good to have the boundaries. That's setting a boundaries doesn't mean that we exclude others. No. Setting a boundaries that we understand ourselves, know our limitation, how much we can take. So that we know that this is the, this is the boundaries. Beyond that, it's a danger zone. I cannot handle. So sometimes that is also being kind to oneself. Sometimes, actually, it's also kind to the other person. So because you will not cause harm to others, and the other person cannot cause harm to you. They say sometimes boundary is good. Because boundary doesn't mean that you exclude the other person, but it's because of you know your own limitation. You know your boundary. You know how much you can take. You know your own limitation. Because sometimes if you don't know your limitation, sometimes you cause more harm to yourself and to others. And then, like the Buddha said, yes, you want to help others, but before you help others, you already get pulled in, then actually it's not helpful at all. Sometimes it's good that, to me, like I said, that it's good to have boundary, to know your limit. So kindness and compassion also have to have wisdom, to know your limit, to know what you can, what you can't. Because if you don't have sometimes when kindness and compassion without wisdom, sometimes can cause more destruction, not helpful at all. That's why it's good to set the boundary. Is that answer your question? Okay. Yes.
You said a few times when you judge others, you judge yourself.
Yeah.
Can you expand on that a bit?
Oh, because sometimes it's come from because when you come from yourself, because constantly when you judge yourself, because you have that mentality, and you also would treat yourself the same way. It's always, sometimes things it's always come from you to others. So, but because it's very difficult to see ourselves, because it's come from our attitude, our mentality, our mental habitual pattern. When you have the pattern, your conditioning is that you do that to yourself without knowing that you do it to yourself. It's everything actually start from yourself. It's not other people causing you. Actually, it's come from sometimes when we repeat the same action, and then we do it again and again, like we are what we think. What we are arises with thoughts. The thoughts manifest into words, and the words manifest into deed. And the deed, we repeat the deed, again and again. It become a habit. So it become a habit. It's like a default setting. Then without knowing, it's so natural, that you're being judgmental. It's so natural. Because you keep doing that, it becomes quite ingrained and becomes like a certain habit. That the Buddha said that this is a habitual, this is a mental habitual pattern. There's a pattern, because you keep doing certain things, then your mind will incline that way. Like for example, you always think positive, your mind will incline that way. If someone always negative, they always think what is, they always naturally will incline towards that. I've seen like for example, we have someone very negative. Even a compliment also become a criticism, because you will filter, because your mind inclined that way. You only see that, and it's very subtle. Sometimes, especially to see your own defilements is very difficult because it's too close. Very easy for us to see other people's defilements. It's very difficult to see our own defilements. I remember there was someone that she's so negative, and then someone the person actually come from the other person is a compliment. The person, wow, you're having this is really good idea. Sometimes you do have good idea. And then she got very angry, upset. Then this person said to me, why she got upset? I praised her. And then you know what? The other person upset because she said, I only sometimes have good idea. Of course, we don't always have good ideas, isn't it? Sometimes have good ideas. To me, what's the problem? It's normal, isn't it? That's why when you are negative, you always, you will always perceive that way, because you already developed that pattern. You always go that way. The same thing. Why we judge others is also coming from our own mental habitual pattern. We incline that way. The mind goes that way. So, does that answer your question? That makes sense to you? Okay. Yes, the other.
What advice would you have for people dealing with procrastination?
With what?
With procrastination.
What's that? Oh. Yeah, sometimes you just wait for us, sometimes you just, wait and, yeah. Yeah, sometimes sometimes a lot of things is just beyond your control. Sometimes sometimes I can tell you, sometimes life is like you just can't do anything at all. I remember when I was looking after my mother when she was dying, I just feel that I'm so helpless. I can't do anything. I see her dying, what can I do? Isn't it? Even I was thinking that I am willing to give her 10 years of my life, but I asked myself, I don't even know whether I have 10 years to give. Like life is sometimes it's just like that. It's not that sometimes we don't always have answer to everything, to life, and then also sometimes you just have to let things unfold, and then it's just when I realize that life is just beyond control, actually I really feel that's a freedom. Because since it's beyond my control, so okay, no need to control, because we try to control so much our life, make sure things happen according, and then it can be very stressful, isn't it? You try to control everything. Then when you realize that no matter how hard you try, anyway, life is going to is beyond your control, then you feel that, freedom, I don't have the control. And that's to me like more at ease and at peace, Yeah. So yeah, sometimes you just, even when I look back, sometimes I just, let things be, and sometimes it just let it resolve itself. And we don't always have answer to everything. And sometimes we put in a situation that whatever you do is not is not right, Yeah, there's no win. Life is no win-win situation. Sometimes you've been put in the situation that you really don't want to do that, but you have no other choice. Like some people come to me that because they need to work, they have to send the parents to nursing home. Actually, deep down, they really don't want to do that, but then they can't look after. And then it's a very painful, sometimes we have to make very painful decisions. It's very painful. It's not that we want it, but sometimes we have no other choice, It's a very painful, like they said, the Buddha said, it's suffering. Life is a dukkha, a suffering, because sometimes we in the situation that, we have no, that we have to make decision that is really painful. But things that we don't really want to make that decision, but we have to make that decision. Sometimes we don't even have the choice, So that's why sometimes again, but it's no point that beating oneself up, carry the guilt is not going to help. And to understand that this is part of life. This is the best I can do. And to know that this is not come from your intention. Whatever decision you make, even though you don't really want to do it, but you have no other choice, and you know that it's not come from your intention, you have no intention to harm, you have no intention to do anything that causes any hurts to others, you don't have the intention, but sometimes life is like that, sometimes whatever we do, sometimes, that part of in the samsara, Sometimes it's a part of life that we have no choice, that living on the expense of others is like that. The whole ecosystem is like this. We can only do our best. The most important thing is that we know for ourselves that we don't have the intention to do it. But some things happen. That sometimes you have to make painful decisions that but sometimes you don't have the choice. That's the best I can answer your question. Yes? They say sometimes it's important also come from the parents. You have to show them, and then you have to keep, repeating, telling them, show them the way. And this is you recondition them. You condition them. And after a while, they will change, they were influenced by you. It's just like my grandchildren. That time he was only 4 years old. And whenever he got angry, upset, then mother said, calm down. I don't want to calm down. And keep telling each time when he get angry, calm down. And then one day he said, I'm angry now, I want to calm down. Actually, not to underestimate that. Keep putting that, that is a psychological imprint in his mind, in the children's mind. And after a while, he naturally, then he know, when I'm angry, I need to calm down. and this is how and they say it's important as a parent, you have to set the example. It's not what you said and what you do, how your action, your actions speak louder than words. It's not keep telling you don't do this, you don't do that. They said the same thing also. If I'm going to tell the nuns you don't do this and you don't do that, then I have to start checking myself. Did I do it? I'm going to tell others not to do it. Make sure I don't do it, because if not, they won't listen to you. Because that is important. That the most powerful teaching is teaching by example. That is the most powerful. Sometimes we inspire, sometimes we really inspire, isn't it, by someone's behavior? Someone very nice, very calm, very composed. We feel so inspired, The same thing. This is how you inspire your children. And start from you. And the most powerful teaching is not what you said, and your action speak louder than anything. Does that answer your questions? Make sense? Okay. Any more questions or comments? Yes.
Just wondering, when we're being compassionate and kind and caring towards others, trying to understand their suffering in a constructive way, help them, how do we not kind of let their energy kind of come on us and affect us?
That's why this is just not already mentioned. That's why we have to understand ourselves, know our limitation, how much we can do. Because sometimes we want to help, but sometimes do we have the strength? Do I have the capacity to help? How far I can go? How much I can help? But we can only help within our limit. We all have a limit, how much we can help. That's why it's important that you first of all, you understand yourself. Know yourself how much, okay, this is beyond me, sorry. It's not that I'm not kind, it's not that I'm not helpful, I really can't. So that is also kindness and compassion come with wisdom. You know what are the things you can, what are the things you can't. You can't. You know your boundaries, you know your limitation. And that is a wisdom. So kindness and compassion without wisdom, sometimes it's not helpful at all. Sometimes can be quite destructive. Sometimes people try to come and help you, but they make it mess. After that, the person gone, you have to fix everything, And some people say, oh, I'm going to help you, And then you keep telling them, no need, I'm okay. Then they really, sometimes people are very forceful type. They just want to be helpful, but then actually they really don't know what to do, and they really leave a mess. And after that, you have to fix everything, and I have to spend more time. Actually, not really helpful at all. That's why sometimes we have to know our strength, how much we can help. Sometimes, okay, I can't help, okay, that's okay. So it's good that you know your limit. Know your strength. Where is your strength? I mean, the intention is good, but then also we have to look at our own limitation, our own strength, how much we can help. Does that answer your questions? Yeah. Yes.
Sort of following on from the last question, how do you suggest you bring the sort of lifestyle and wisdom of Buddhism back to your parents and your siblings who are so stuck in their ways that they kind of can't see that maybe this is the way out of their suffering?
They say sometimes you need a bit of patience. Actually, it also have to come from you. No, for example, we have some other monastic. They never, even though they become a monks or nuns, they never try to convert their family or try to teach them any dharma. But actually, naturally, because they see that they change in you, you become more peaceful, happy person. Then they say, there must be something special, and let them approach you. They say it's again come from you. Because, for example, if someone really so unhappy, so depressed, and you try to tell people how to be happy, no one's going to listen to you, isn't it? you look so unhappy, and then you come and try to tell me how to become happy, So then there is no selling point, So that's why you have to start from you, because if you're happy, then you are the benchmark, Like, you have the selling point. You say, I'm happy, I can let you know that I show you the way how to be happy, That's why always come from. It's not because you can't. It's not convincing at all, That's why I remember my sister-in-law. She's a beautician, and then she have a beauty salon. When she choose her workers, they have to choose the workers have a very nice complexion. Because if not convincing, if people come to a beauty salon, you try to sell your products, and then your workers they all don't have a good complexion, and they say, oh, that your products is no good. The same thing, if you're not convincing at all, isn't it? So you want to convince others. First of all, we have to start from ourselves first. So we are the one, Then that is a part of marketing, okay? So, any questions or comments? Yes.
How do we address dealing with someone that we think is lying to us? What's the best way to deal with that if you've tried to talk to them but they're still not being honest?
Okay. Sometimes when you try to talk to that person, like the Buddha said, we practice right speech. So there's sometimes when you try to talk to that person, you have to find that it's the right time, right place, and then and is it true, and also it's come from kindness, compassion. Like your intention is come from you really care. It's not come from ego or come from evil. I have to teach the person a lesson. I have to tell the person off. And that when you come from that intention. That the intention itself like come from ill will, then the speech is not right speech, and then you have to have that is beneficial to that person. So you can do your best. If each time you try a few times, the person got very angry and upset, then actually it's not beneficial. So then the words that you choose have to be really pleasing to the ears. Then when you fulfill these 5 conditions, then yes, we can say something. We do our best. But sometimes people ended up not saying anything. It doesn't mean that you don't say anything. The Buddha said we practice right speech, not right silence. Yeah, keep quiet and don't say. No, we do our best, but sometimes you can try a few times and then you see that person, you try to fulfill, the 5 conditions, and then the results is that person got very angry and upset. That means it's not beneficial at all. It doesn't benefit that person. Then sometimes we just have to let it be, let go, because what can we do? If the person refuses to listen, and some people that they have that just block off. They just don't want to listen, they don't want to hear. Then if they don't want to listen, you can't do much about that. But we can always do our best. We can try. Then after trying, okay, I tried that, I've done that. Okay, it's good, it's okay. Then at least at least deep down that you did your very best. You have tried to help the person, try to make the person understand that. And then sometimes at certain points you know that where to let go. Sometimes we just have to learn to let it go. Okay, is the answer questions make sense to you? Okay, any more questions or comments? Okay, one more last question. If no more, then that's it. Any more questions or comments? Okay, going? Okay.
How do we deal using like Buddhism teaching on ourselves to behave, like dealing with people where this person is annoying until even you listen to the voice, you get irritated because of some behavior. You know that this person is not kind. It's fake, and even though it doesn't actually affect directly your daily thing, but it's just that even when she's around, you hear the voice, you just how can we actually
Okay.
what can we do?
Okay.
Like get ourselves
Okay.
going?
So when you hear that voice, you just do the breathing exercise. Breathing in voice, breathing out peace. Make peace. Make peace with that voice. Because you can run away, you can't, sometimes it's things like that. When you put in a situation that you can't run away, you have to face it, then you have to learn to make peace. Ajahn Brahm used to say, make peace, be kind, be gentle. Make peace. You just have to learn that, okay? So that, then when you focus on that, you won't hear the voice, the voice anymore. When you focus on that, you just, 3 deep breaths. Then after that, breathing in wise, breathing out peace, breathing in wise, and you do that. Then and also that stop your mind from thinking about that, and you got agitated, you got irritated. Okay? Any more? I think that's it. Okay? It's 10 o'clock already. Okay. Long. Okay. So if you want to continue to sit, you can continue to sit. And then those who want to do walking meditation, you can do walking meditation. Huh? 11, lunch at 11 o'clock, okay? Yeah, lunch 11. And then we come back at 1:30. So 1:30 we do metta guided meditation, then we wrap up for today, for this weekend, okay? Yeah. I think we pack everything.